set of eyes from a board to do, checks and balance to say, hey, are they trying to write, you know, the checks out of the organization? Are they trying to do this?
So this first set that says City of Spearman, Wednesday, February 11th, start talking Article 500, that is the old order.
That is the current ordinance.
That's one. Okay,
That is the current one right now on the books.
The only ordinance, yeah.
okay, and then I understand the other deal, like the Tyler and the.
Those were just
Bandera.
to show y'all.
But then I thought you were saying, although y'all made changes or made suggestions, where are those?
Those are just the suggestions from the meeting, so.
Okay. I thought you already had the meeting or something.
No, sir, I did not make any changes. I'm just meeting with y'all to give y'all, get the.
My understanding of that meeting, that we were there to hear from past chiefs what had made that organization a success under their terms. And that going forward, with an ordinance, we were trying to create a infrastructure that allowed, an entity to be greater than the current members, but one that goes forward with the next chief and the next chief and the next assistants. And then past that, they have totally their own bylaws and operating procedures which determine these specific things which we have no business being involved in. That's my thought.
Do you guys feel like that is, you know, necessary to have this solid ordinance to build upon? I mean, do you see the benefit of what these guys are talking about here? Getting the ordinance established correctly and then building upon that?
So this is a city ordinance, this has nothing to do with our.
It has nothing as far as y'all's bylaws,
Yeah,
correct?
as
Yeah,
well.
this is.
So is this dealing with like repercussions of if, okay, say I have a problem with Ryan. And I go and I do what I need to do, and then he comes back and says, hey, you know what? I want you off the department. Is that what it's coming to, or, you know what, that's what I want.
So this is how I take it. I take it that it should be handled internally. You know what I'm saying? I mean, okay?
But what if we can't internally, then we come to y'all, right?
Yes, so what I found, in this is some of the checks and balances had been removed from that, which we were not aware of until some things happened. And so by, like I said, by removing assistant chief, by removing the captains and stuff like that, that took that line of protection about, because now it's just you and me, Bobby.
In their bylaws?
Yeah.
Yes, but our ordinance states that you will have a chief and two assistants. And so we were not aware as a council that those were not being adhered to. And so there's a reason why you have those two assistants and, your chiefs, because you have that checks and balance, you have a majority. So say he's chief and you're assistant and I'm a fireman, well, you have that checks and balance now you have a majority, so yes. And basically it goes back to lay the structure, so it doesn't matter who's in those positions.
But past that, clearly, the council was not completely brought up to speed with the confrontation and the conflict going on at the fire department. Justin knew, but the first thing we know, we've lost 8 members.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do then? That's already happened. So that should have been a better process. When y'all did say, hey, we need some help. You agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that, but also, when I attended that meeting, our city manager, Justin, was strictly going off ordinance. And the problem that I had, it was no personal problems I had with anybody on the force, none. The problem that I had was that, if you're gonna address the body as a whole, and you're strictly going off ordinances, he should have followed that 1986 ordinance of.
Of being in town.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Well, but also, Frank, he wasn't, because the very first line of that ordinance states the department should be made this.
Right.
So they were just picking on which one he wanted or not want
Right.
to follow.
But when I arrived to that meeting, I was approached by that fire chief and our city manager, and they were not gonna allow some members to be up there. ones that wanted a voice. So I got a hold of Alderman Murray, he just pulled up, come here, so we went over there and tell him what you told me.
And I do have a question,
Right.
what, like, when we do have a problem, like a sexual assault, or
Yes.
something like that, and you go to them, and then they turn around and they tell the person who made the accusation,
Right.
what do I do, then what do I do next?
Exactly. You see, that's why in the department, it's important to have that association strong and unbiased.
Exactly.
You see, cause it's what I was telling the gentleman here, the people here, that if I was did that sexual assault and you're gonna try to get through me, am I gonna remain partial and biased and let it go through?
Mhm.
That's why we need the wording in here to prevent that. You see what I'm saying? And I don't see it. It's not in there. And as far as following the process, I don't think it was gonna get past our city manager. I don't. Because after that meeting was held, I went down, I stayed behind, talked with you guys. Remember, Robert, give y'all my number.
I'm trying to figure out where sexual assault came from.
No, that's just an example. No, there's no
But
sexual
it's a
assault.
real example.
Robert, that's just an example. What Bobby was talking about, that's just an example, okay? All right. When I was finished, I went down to go talk to our city manager, but he was on the phone with somebody, and I don't know who. So this led me to believe that the ordinance, that he wasn't enforcing, that there was other entities behind all of this that snowballed into a mess. You see what I'm saying? And I just could never get the truth out. I never could.
So, well, Frank, what would you like to see?
Amen.
What would you like to see?
I wanna see the language in there that protect the grievance process. I wanna see the language in there that will, if they feel that they're not getting past a certain point, that they can bypass that person without any repercussions and take it to the next level. That's what I want. That's what we need to have, because like I said, we don't have no HR department.
Who writes that, a lawyer?
Well, okay, so how much more, like on item B, on 502, right, on the membership deal, on B, on there.
Right.
Right, cause this is what we're wanting to do, is to make these changes, so
Right.
how much or what more do you want added to your suggestion to this?
I would have liked to have been part of that meeting with the fire chiefs, but I was gone. But, I wanted to get more input on them because I was strictly going straight off the ordinance was created in 1986. But some of those chiefs told me we need every volunteer possible. So I wanted to get in more information on that, because if we're gonna, like Chief Goodman said, we'll have total respect for all those chiefs out there. They're amazing. Said that this ordinance needs to be rewritten in a way to where we can include everybody, even outside of Hansford, because of membership, because of numbers. I kinda agreed with that, because they had educated me on a lot of things. Because the majority of our ordinances were made and written in 1986. Some of them have to be revisited, of course, other than just the Virginia fire station. But, I wanted to get more information on them, because we do have great volunteers who do not reside in Hanford County. And we need them. We need those volunteers. But I don't want to, it stems back to the leadership of our chief. We need a chief that's gonna be in there, like, when these chiefs, we were talking to them, and they wanted to go in different directions with the department, the association pretty much shut them down, said, no, we're gonna stick with this, and they were good with it. They were good with it. Goodman was good, Alec, Close, they were good with not getting their way. We didn't have that with this chief that just stepped down. We did not have that. That's what we need. We need that language in there to where if the association makes a decision to say, no, chief, we're not gonna do that, the members can either take it out in the association and re-elect new ones, which, by the way, the person that I talked to, who is part of the department right now, told me that they believe that the ballots were manipulated. That person told me. And like I said, I told him, well, write me a statement and I'll read it. but this person was afraid of percussion. So we need, it's like I was saying, leadership starts at the top. And we need a fire chief, we need a strong association to make, I mean, we got a great department, we do, but to keep it intact, we need that structure. And that ordinance, if we're gonna address it, gosh, dog, that is a tough one. It is, because it's a 1986 ordinance and we're trying to alter it again.
We're trying to improve.
Improve it, right,
So,
improve
so
it,
that's where I go
improve
back, you talked about having that extra layer of protection, so
Right.
I'm gonna go back to 5023 is on B, on that. What do you feel like, from your standpoint, that you would like to see more protection in that?
I would like to see the process try to remain and fixed, through the association on that level. We need a protection, a process in there where it says, explains that our grievances should be, addressed on that level. And I'm not sure if I were, when I was reading, is it a 10-day process? Can y'all tell me on the,
So, yeah, it's right here.
Right.
So it says, you know, anyways, it says, such members shall be given a right for a hearing before the city council,
Yes.
if so requested, 10 days
10 days.
after the said suspension. The
Right.
hearing shall be at the next regular council meeting.
So see, first
the-
off,
the
this
right-
is governed by their bylaws.
Yes,
There's a
by their
whole
bylaws.
section
Sure,
on
exactly.
grievances.
It's
Yes.
important, very important.
This just gives the ability to
Right.
kick it up if it doesn't work.
Yeah, but we gotta have the writing in there to where they're not gonna be, hamstringed and played. And by that time, the 10 days is over, they say, well, you had 10 days. But there needs to be the writing in there to where if it's not addressed in like 1 or 2 days, and they don't feel like it's been addressed, then they can take the next process, the next step to address the council. Because sometimes people that are filing a grievance will be, what'd you say, interrupted, it'll be stalled.
Can I say,
Sure,
can
go
I say
ahead.
something on this? So, we did change this a while back, but in our bylaws, it was 90 days you could file for a grievance. When we did back it off to where it's, what,
It gets 30.
30 days? Right.
I mean, so you have a long time
Yeah, that's
to
good.
go and do this.
And the thing about this is, you know, we're looking at this from our standpoint, where the association is theirs. And so that's where it goes back to, kinda like Don said, they create that to that part of it. Our job is to make sure we have the foundation for the fire department as individuals, as equipment, and personnel part of it, is what we're looking at. And that's where it goes back to where the chief said, maybe we have that review, where when they have their bylaws, we get, as a council, gets to look at those and say, you know what, here's our suggestion.
Right.
But today, what we're here to is to look at, any recommendations, for the ordinance that's current.
Right.
So what was the opinion of y'all's meeting about the current ordinance?
So that's what I'll just go back to what we said. So they reiterated that, the two assistant chiefs, which we started reinstated that, and then name the terms of, you know, like the chief, the assistants, 2 years. That's some of their recommendations. They also would like to see,
Staggered.
yes, the staggered, and then also, maybe even that the ordinance would state that we'd have line officers. You know, the line officers would still be left up to the department, but that way it would state that, you know, we would have, you know, A, B, or C.
Okay, what I'm referring to is citizens residing within the city.
Their recommendation, they haven't wavered off of that. They said that, you know, they hadn't adhered to that for 40 years. And they knew it was in there, but they looked at it as, you know, if I have an individual that lives out at Old Hansford, or I have an individual there, they felt like it was always adhered. When they were chiefs, it was voted on as a department, as what can you contribute to this department?
I understand that it says the citizens reside in the city, so they're saying it's okay if they don't reside in the city, they're not gonna be on the fire department.
you know,
They would like to remove that.
That's what I
Yes.
asked, and that's not what you said.
They would like to remove that.
So,
Okay. That's
The telephone
what I was
business.
trying
Yeah,
to.
that-
And
basically-
Roger, right there on that section, since you're looking, section B, any member may be suspended by the chief. They
Right.
think that should be expanded
and that's the
Right.
one
to
that they,
additional officers.
two
Yes.
more officers, yes.
Yeah.
Any other change?
And then they just wanted to go back into, maybe look at putting a response, you know, that they'll respond safely, you know, put a, how they respond. You know, I know we had internally, the fire department would have, you know, their deals, but maybe put it in here.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a comment was made that, well, I can get to the station in X amount of time. Well, if you do the math, that means that you're traveling at 120 miles an hour. And so, you know, that's an unsafe.
We'll never determine that though, will we?
No,
They
but,
have the ability to do that anyway.
sure, but I mean, I'm just, you asked what they did.
I don't,
They
it just
said-
sounds like we're trying to build an ordinance that doesn't work instead of one that
And-
does work. It-
Ryan, I had a question I wanted to ask you. There was some stuff in there that I was reading, and there's so many, I don't know which of those ordinances and stuff I was reading out of, that it was talking about that police department could give a ticket if a volunteer showed up at a fire scene out of uniform. And my question comes back to like what we're talking about, responding to the scene. You know, if you've got a fire that's 15 miles south of town, but you've got to drive to the fire station to get your equipment and then turn around and drive back out to respond. And that's, I think, one of the comments that Mr. Paxton mentioned was that he could go straight to the scene. A lot of times it'd be there quicker than even the trucks coming out.
So it's always kind of been in there, or we've always kind of done it where your chief will carry his gear with him. That way the chief can get to the scene first, he can go ahead and do the 360, he can go ahead and survey, he can go ahead and decide what action we're gonna take as soon as the trucks get there. Now, with, the members really need to come to the station and get their gear and get the trucks, because if we just have everybody going to the scene,
Right.
we're not gonna have any trucks.
Right, and I read that, and I understand that, but then on the other hand, you've got what we've determined, people who live out of the city limits, but their job may be, maybe they're pumpers in this area. Well, the fire happens, or the accident is 2 miles from where they're at, but they can't respond, because they've gotta go 15 miles to the fire station first to get their gear, get on a truck and come back out and
I think
respond.
what we've done in the past before was we'd send out a text, say, hey, I'm only 2 miles out, can you grab my gear? That's what we've done before.
And we do have some of that a lot of times, when I am responding, hey, I'm close to this, would you grab my gear and put it in Tinder, and I'll come, bring it with you or whatever.
The other thing in your packet, there's a, email from the attorney's office, and there's suggestions, and part of why those other towns' stuff is in here is so you can specifically read how it reads in their ordinance. So, that's their suggestions to upgrade the ordinance.
So the direction that I would like from y'all is to add any changes or suggestions, let staff do a draft of this and present it back to y'all.
Yes.
And then, like I said, the committee, we can expand that. I mean, I picked a core group for a select reason, but we can expand that accordingly, and we address that even when I visit with the chiefs. They felt that that was a good need for a core one, but we can expand that as needed as well.
Now, to the ordinance bylaw question, that group has a lot of issues with the way some of the bylaws read. That they don't like, but that's not our determination.
The chiefs had that.
Huh?
Is that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't like some of the changes in the old bylaws.
Well,
They were part of those bylaws, so if they
Not
have a
the
problem,
current
they
change.
wot them.
not the current ones, and that's seen a lot
Well,
of
the
changes.
current ones, yeah, well, that's
And
a
'cause
sham.
we had some of we had the old ones, we saw the original one, which was probably when they was created. And then also, some of their suggestions was to maybe even have, one chief, said that maybe make all the fire chiefs or assistants honorary, fire chief, members. So even if they're retired or deal, they would still retain voting rights, so that way you protect the integrity of the organization. And that was one suggestion that one kinda liked,
It's a possibility.
you know what I'm saying? And so that way you don't leave, you know, cause what they talked about is, you know, they've worked for 40 years and they didn't have minimal issues, and there's a reason why that was because the structure was there. And so if that's, I mean, so I'm trying to get insight from y'all on the input that y'all want on to the ordinance side of it, to have staff do a draft for y'all and get direction moving forward on that.
So how does that work, when Ryan was discussing in the bylaws that y'all have 30 days to appeal, but in the ordinance it says 10 days to appeal to the council? How does that work together?
So,
That should probably match.
so yeah, so that should match, and my question is on y'all's 30 days, what is that determined or referring to? Is that to disciplinary, is that removal, suspension,
Is it 30 days that you have until you, I mean,
or is it just like, I just have a beef with you?
yes, you know, when you can, isn't it where you can turn it in or something like that? And you can, we just thought that 90 days was way too long to be festering over something that's happened, you know? I mean, that's a long, long, long time.
Our team,
But I think the question to me, Rogers, is that 30-day, the internal grievance process?
Right.
cause ours 10 day is for suspension, like where the chief
It's about suspension.
suspends a fireman.
But ideally, they could mirror each other, we'd all be better off.
But the
Maybe
grievance,
with the 30 days.
well, the
Well,
other part
if
is,
that's what
deal
theirs
with, they
reads.
said, well, we got 30 days here, but they already missed their 10-day window with the council. I just don't wanna get into one of those situations.
and that's why I asked the question, is that just because of, you know, maybe they see something, is that grievance because they see something in the department that they don't like, whether it's, you know, a captain, a fireman, or whatever, and they file that, or is it, you know, that's the question.
Have the 30 days and then bring it to y'all, and y'all have 15 or 10 days.
So ours just address the, suspension, you know, like, where if you were suspended, you have 10 days, to request a hearing from council,
And maybe I'm hearing these guys say they'd like that expanded.
so.
Right, to me,
The reason
the
for
30
the time.
said a 10 and 3. But you don't have to wait 30 days, you can do it within that process, that time, you know, of course.
Well, I get that from, I'm just talking about, like, if it's an internal grievance, you know what I'm saying?
It's,
Whether-
there's a difference between a grievance and a suspension.
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
and so
I mean, if the association
a
is
grievance
good
is
with
not
it.
gonna come before the council, only a suspension is gonna come before the
Correct.
council.
But that's what I was asking. What your, how you feel.
And we're involved in that because of why?
The fire department belongs to the city, so we have to protect ourselves as well if something happens. Because it's just like, there was an example of sexual assault, and I think something did happen that made somebody uncomfortable, and it never got to where it needed to go.
So then, does the fire department's bylaws, as far as suspension, does it need to be changed to 10 days also, so we mirror each other? Or 10 days start after y'all's 30 days, or how?
Do y'all have anything in there for suspension that y'all know of?
I don't recall, to be honest.
And that's why I wanted to
I
address.
mean, I read through all this stuff, but man, there's so many pages, I don't remember.
We have the bylaws in our packets in the
Right.
boardroom, but I didn't, to be honest, I haven't.
So we just need to look.
Okay.
And be sure ours is not restricted to what they're trying to do.
Well, and that was one thing that if you notice that the attorney's recommendation is that, you know, if there ever was a discretion or something, that, you know, our ordinance would supersede any issue, so. Okay.
Can I add something?
Sure.
I've been fighting not to say anything because I don't want to get all involved here. For starters, it's a shame that the part that y'all are dealing with is ordinances and all this, because that's not the original complaint or the original grievance, had nothing to do with an ordinance or bylaws. It simply had to do with the individuals that not necessarily questioned the leader, but had some issues with some things he was doing, and the only thing they wanted was him to get some more training. And that was met with retaliation because they questioned their leader. Well, I'm sorry, a sign of a good leader is being able to take some criticism and either learn from it and move forward or get out of the way. And it didn't happen that way, and then it got met with retaliation, which steamrolled into now what we're dealing with what y'all were presented with. Y'all weren't presented with the original grievance, which was never getting rid of Paxton, never having anything to do with an ordinance, not wanting him to leave the department, nothing. It was just about getting some better leadership and learning some of the leadership skills that he was lacking, or they thought he was lacking, and it was met with retaliation. And then reading through that, you know, he determined, well, so-and-so was unbecoming of a volunteer fireman, and then proceeded to put in effect what he was gonna do, and suspensions or terminations and everything else. Well, maybe what needs to be is define that unbecoming of a fireman. I mean, you got one guy saying we need all the volunteers we got, and then we got somebody just getting rid of them and suspending them like it's huge trash. I mean, volunteers aren't growing on trees. I mean, if everybody was volunteer, we wouldn't be having this problem. You know, so why are we allowing somebody without any kind of parameters to be like, yeah, you know, you're unbecoming of a firefighter, and then trying to get rid of them? I mean, that's what needs to be defined. Now, somebody going out and getting a DWI, well, that might be a problem. Somebody wrecking a fire truck, that might be a problem. Somebody asking me, hey, you're kind of lacking in some skills, maybe you should seek training. That's not a problem. That's being a good leader, is taking that criticism. That's all I'm gonna say. So,
To your point there, Stephen, is when everything's going great, this doesn't become an issue.
no.
But when something happens, it exposes maybe the need for clarifications or.
Well, there needs to be a
weakness
clarification of what
or
unbecoming is.
improvement to it. So that way, when you do have these issues arise, you have the structure.
But
So
if
I
you
agree.
want to be a good leader, you have to be willing to take the licks. You're not going to appease everybody all the time. There's going to be people that are going to question your leadership, and you can either take it and be like, no, I don't think you're, and then you're going to try to give it, or you're going to take that and you're going to better yourself, or you're not. And a good leader will better themselves. A
Stephen,
boss or just somebody, a dictator, whatever, is going to take that and get rid of the problem, so they don't have to deal with it. And that's what happened.
Stephen, the other part of that was the failure on the city's part. When Justin told me about the resignations by those who left, he said to me, you know, does Paxton need some leadership training? Absolutely, and I'm gonna get it for him.
And that was the grievance.
And I asked
what-
multiple times, Justin, what have you done? You told me this, and it never happened. And that might have made a difference between then and now too.
But what was allowed was,
Yeah.
the city manager allowed the fire chief to retaliate without any kind of, nothing to hold him back.
And I think that's why you're hearing Frank be mad.
Right.
Well, and, you know, when I was saying, I'm just
We all
saying,
got the letter of the original grievance, yes, sir, we did.
yeah,
And,
so,
and it had nothing personal against them, the letter that was given to us. But this is how it snowballed, because
Yeah,
you're
everything,
right, there was retaliation allowed by the city manager. And we don't need that. That's where the association needs to be strong, have the good people in there to stop that, and to protect the station and protect the members. And then he said, of course, you have the ones that are constantly DWI, and stuff like that, that could be an endangerment to the
Yeah, like-
station.
you know, with the way it's written, you know, that, you know, the unbecoming, like if he deems that somebody's unbecoming of a Spearman firefighter. Well, Spearman, and Toby knows, has always held ourselves in high regard as far as, you know,
Always held the-
not drinking in uniforms and different and things like if you go and you're at your own house and you're wearing a Spearman shirt and you're drinking, you're at fault. That's how, when I joined, that's how it was. Like, you weren't seen in public doing anything stupid, or anything, or even just drinking a beer, wearing a Spearman shirt or anything. That was just considered, you don't do it. It'd be like military drinking, you didn't do certain things in uniform, and Spearman for the longest time held the same regard as those things.
Any veterans in here?
Yeah.
Okay, you look at, I'm sorry, sir, real quick. You look at, on our standpoint, you got a Marine, Coast Guard, Army, right? The process of grievances was always supposed to be dealt on the lowest level. And that's, as military people, there was a process that went, and it was quick, and it was painless. And I've never had a commanding officer that took any repercussions on us. I've been blessed to be with commanding officers from Philly, Seattle, Newport, where they would take that constructive criticism and build on it. They would not have repercussions on the personnel. That's basically what I would like to see on the association level, on the fire department level, on the police department level, the municipality level. We need to have that. It's important, it protects everybody. It makes our organizations great. It makes the municipality great, fire department great, police department great. It's just, it's not there. It's not there. Because like I said, when I approached, they told us we're not gonna allow two captains to go up there and Mark Murray, and I said, no, they're going up there whether you like it or not. So we had them get up there to be a voice. We don't play those games. We don't. I mean, and what Stephen had says is a lot of wisdom there. It's pretty quite evident that the initial grievance is the letter that we all got, and it was the grievance that Stephen talked about, and then came the retaliation, then came the threats, and then this is where we are now. This is where we are now. Yes, sir.
Yes, I sat in this room in, November, and we talked about changing the ordinance or looking at the ordinance again. This is 6 months later, why are we still hashing this?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I understand it takes time to get the necessary people together and whatnot, but, you know, it seems like it's gone way over the time that is reasonable. And the other thing I wanted to address is, this is a Spearman Fire Department, and it's not the Hanford County Fire Department, although we do provide fire coverage for the county, and we get paid for that. But I live in the city, and I think we need to have a good balance of firemen that live in the city and can get into the trucks and over to my house if there's a fire. You know, and if you have a largely fire department that lives in Hutchinson County, you know, it's over 15 minutes from the old fire chief's house to the fire department. In that time, a wooden structure all you're doing is keeping the, neighbors' houses from catching on fire. You know, you only have a certain amount of time to respond to a fire before it becomes a burn down. But I think this whole thing with the fire department, it's way past over time for it to be settled and over. You know, my personal opinion is I'm glad, Paxton's gone and I'm glad Justin's gone. That went on too long, way too long. And that's not Paxton's fault, that's not Justin's fault. That lies right in here, if I'm not mistaken. You know, there's some things going on in this town, and I've only lived here 3 years, is, why, do we have an animal control officer? You know, is that a job in the city? Or are we letting the sheriff's department and the police department handle that? You know, so there's some things going on that really need to be resolved. You know, and I don't think it should take going on 7 months for that to happen. You know, that's all I have.
Mayor,
Thank you for allowing me to listen.
Before we leave this, I need to make a correction. I guess Paxton did go to a TEEX leadership conference, which I forgot or I wasn't aware of. So I guess he was into something. Sure.
Most of us do live in town. There is, I mean,
Yeah.
the majority of us.
I'm just saying there needs to
Is
be a
there any,
balance.
Roger, go ahead.
Under the Constitution and bylaws is updated, revised March 2024. For disciplinary actions. Disciplinary actions are the responsibility of the captains. And then it goes on down to any member suspended or expelled may appeal to the city council according to provisions of the city charter. So there is language in there about suspension.
Yeah, but when you do away with your captains or your lieutenants, then that structure goes away.
Well, and that's the thing that that committee pointed out is they removed those checks and balances that we were not aware of that had been removed, so.
Correct.
And gentlemen, need I remind you, he did say here that he wanted to remove the elections, get rid of the elections. Do y'all remember that? He said that.
Well, and I'm
He
saying,
wanted sole power. No, that's what the association is there for.
right, I'm not gonna go back and hash out that part of it.
Right.
Our
But
job
I'm
is
just reminding the
to,
council members,
how are we going to move forward in a positive way?
we need to have, like, Stephen was saying, the process of not having any retaliation from one person, whether it be an assistant chief or a captain or the chief themselves, and let the process just take place. But that wasn't done. It was tried, it wasn't done, it didn't work.
Well, but we're finding out, Frank, is because they took out those checks and
It's
balances.
the same thing with the municipality level. There were some guys that tried to do the process, weren't getting anywhere, and they contacted people like me and Roger and Mark and brought it to us because they felt like that they were not getting any headway. So that's why they came to us, and then we had to address that problem. And just last week, I was approached by somebody that was let go by the city. I spoke to the TML, and the process that was on his fault, but anyway. We need those protections in there. We need a strong association. We need good leadership. Almost on this fire department has to be almost on a military level, not as far as, enlisted ranks, but military level of what do you call it, admin. Of admin is what I'm trying to get to. That's what we need. I mean, now, on the personal note, with all this going on, there are some people that won't even talk to me who are my friends that are volunteers because of all of this going on. And I want them back because now he's gone. He just got up and left. And I want those friends back. I used to have conversation with them, and laugh with them, walk inside B&B and talk to them. They won't even look at me because of this. This is what the chaos has developed into. And I would like to have those friends back. I don't know if they were, said personal things or anything, I hardly ever make anything about me, but I'm just making that up. I'm bringing this up because there are a couple of people on there that won't talk to me, and I don't like that. I want them back. I wanna be able to talk to them. I wanna be able to walk in the grocery store, and this is where we are, just on my personal level, you see? It's too small a town for all this to go through. Too small of a town. We've got our volunteers. Every volunteer is precious. We should have those volunteers. I mean, they save us a lot of money. They're taking their time out. They can't be there all the time. Yes, I understand. But we need that structure, that protection in there for those people on the association. We need a strong association. That's what we need.
Is this an action item?
It's to take discussion, so what we're doing is, we're taking discussion deal, so I've got
Time to move on.
Frank's stuff, Roger's some input, anybody else on that?
I like what Stephen
so-
talked about, the definement of, the role of, fire chief. What we expect, it's almost like a decorum role, right, Stephen, what you were talking about on the, fire chief level?
What's that?
The partiality, what you were talking about?
Well, I was just say the definition of, like when we were discussing the ordinance of
Right.
being able to suspend people, it just says suspension if he deems unbecoming, like
Unbecoming.
define what unbecoming means.
Well, and that's
Give it
where
parameters, not just, you don't disagree,
That's where
he disagreed with what I said, so I don't like him no more, I'm gonna kick him
Exactly.
out.
Well, that's where
That's
they
gotta be
added
gone.
the checks and balances of when they do it, yes, where you add that extra officers or captains in there, so it's not a one person's
Well,
thing. You add that.
And
so-
it shouldn't have to be in there, it should be just given that I'm not gonna get rid of somebody
Sure.
because I don't
And
like
like I
them.
said, and my deal is to make these suggestions and changes and bring back to y'all, at the next council meeting, so. Okay, any other? Like I said, and we're open to that, and if we wanna have another committee meeting, we can do that as well, so. But I agree, it's time to make this, and we'll have some insight with our new city manager coming in as well, so. Okay, we will jump back to item 11, is discuss and consider and take appropriate action to approve city of Spearman board appointments.
Hey, Brian, I didn't get a hold of you yesterday. You're up on the electrical board. Are you good to serve another term?
I didn't even know I was on
So
there.
Brian can do all things.
He is. Wow.
So you good for 2 more years? Because you worked so hard the last 2.
Must have been an easy job.
I
Okay,
guess so.
okay, sounds good.
Sort of need to be an electrician, so yeah.
Okay, you're good to go now.
Thank you.
I thought you were on the beautification committee too.
So, as far as the airport goes, I spoke with both Scott and Jody, and they're good to serve. Beautification, Jackie and Bob were, Bob Johnson and Jackie Pearson. Jackie's good. Bob never responded, but he's still active, so
I'd say leave him on,
Yeah.
I mean, he's been good.
Stephanie Brock was on the board, and since she's moved, we need to replace her. I talked with Judy, and we're suggesting Kay Snyder. She's been coming to all the meetings for about the last year.
Sorry, Judy, you're still another year, you can't get off, so.
But I don't have to be chairman.
You're correct, you're correct, you're
Yeah,
correct,
but
so.
you know, we don't determine that, Judy, y'all do.
Rusty will kill me.
I
don't know, man.
addressed it that way.
You know how you do that, you nominate someone else first.
Not this year.
As far as electrical goes, I did not speak with Kyle or James Detmer, but, I mean, they're probably on the same page as Brian, they may not have even known they were there. On the housing board, Byron was up and he's good to serve. Debbie Kyle is still a resident and she's good to serve another term. Linda Wilkerson would like to give up her seat.
Okay.
So we need somebody for that. The library board, I did not speak to my 4 page.
Who's running the housing?
It's the Borger Housing
We
Association.
contracted it out.
The city didn't have anything to do with it, so I don't know, we just have the board, I don't. Yeah. On the planning and zoning, it was Charles Elliott and Kristen Acosta.
Can we back up on the library
Yeah.
board? So I know those individuals are still very active in the
Right.
library board, because they just had one not too long ago and was visiting.
Yes.
So, I mean, my suggestion would to continue with
Leave
those two. I mean, they haven't expressed, otherwise,
Right.
so. So,
Is
sorry.
it Mont Clan?
Yes, Mike Platt and Paige Bergen,
Yes.
and I know he's very active on that, so, both of them.
Then on the planning and zoning, Kristen is good for another term. Charles would like to give up his seat.
Hmm.
I talked to Mike Pearson, and he's good for the zoning board of adjustment. And then, I did not call Lynn Ann, I figured the zoning board hasn't met since I've been here, and she's just the alternative.
Is Donna McCubbin in shape to be staying on the board? I'm trying to be delicate with that.
I wouldn't believe so.
Okay.
She's just had some health issues.
Hey, on
Right.
P and Z, would Bruce be willing to take that?
I bet he would. I can call him and ask him.
Well, I was wondering that, or what about moving Mike up? Are you wanting a construction person?
Well, he's involved in the discussions.
Okay, so the help.
Okay, no, the zoning.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
And then we have, 3 spots open on the EDC. It's Brian, Ryan, and Ginger. I did receive applications, for Brian and Ginger, and then also Dawn has put in an application. So there's 3 spots and 3 applications.
And Roger is stepping down from EDC board.
Okay,
Do we have to approve that?
Yep.
are you done with meetings, or is it like effective immediately for
No.
EDC, or
Now,
how long?
Till we get it,
Just till
someone needs to replace it.
So are you wanting to come off this cycle, is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I know,
So Don can
That's
still
okay.
have that position.
I see that Don had put in a, notice that he would like to, fill that position, correct?
What are you thinking about the chamber board since you represent us, Don?
Of course, I thought I'd rotate off and maybe appoint Frank.
What do you think, Frank?
I put in an application, I was gonna put in an application for EDC, but we're building plants in Desert Fall. I'm there almost every day. Right now, they're having a cow because I'm not there. Gosh, dog it. For a chamber, you said? Is that no application, just appointed, right?
We did that, what, 2 years ago?
How often do they meet?
So,
Once a month.
Once a month on a,
And then that'll
Wednesday
begin to
evening.
establish our rotation.
Wednesday evening, once a month.
One thing I
Now,
would like
you're
to
in
mention is that we,
March, April, May, it could be more than one time a month. Because that's the busy time for the chamber, is the pageant
And
and
so-
heritage days, but the rest of the year is pretty good. I mean, it's not as busy for the board the rest of the year. It's not busy for me, but I mean, not for the board.
Roger.
I thought, last year that we made it clear that as far as board members, they do not have to turn in applications to serve on EDC. And I just wanted to bring that up.
I say that again?
Board members that are.
Council members.
That are going to serve on the EDC board do not have to turn in applications.
But it doesn't hurt for your.
Well, yeah, just-
It lets us know,
It
it lets us
should be.
know
Yeah.
that you're interested.
I'm just reminding because that was a big discussion last year. Okay.
that's something that you'd like to, on the chamber, to, if Don comes over, Rolls takes Roger's spot, would you be interested in being the city rep for, on the chamber?
Yeah, I'll do it. I've got HR and my job helping me out, so.
Which y'all, do y'all have normally evening meetings? So,
5:30 is usually.
So,
when we meet.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is that effective, you're coming off and you're going on?
Yes.
Effective June 1st or whatever?
Okay.
You miss Heritage Day, you got the dog.
And those are on Wednesdays, Bonnie, the 24th?
Yes, sir. They are.
Don't
It's
call me
the-
sir, I work for a living.
It's the second Wednesday of every month. What do you say? Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's a military thing. Right, Chris? Okay. You said third Wednesday?
Second Wednesday.
Okay, sorry.
I'll get your, I have your phone number, I'll get your email.
Okay.
You can text me, that way I can add you to that board.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
and then that, so if I'm reading this right, if Brian rolls back on, Roger says he's stepped off, Don in that position, and then Frank for the chamber, but that will still leave us one at large that we'll need to fill at a later date, so, okay.
As of last week, Ron was just unsure, so,
I know he said he had an application and then. I
so
don't think
we
I've got
haven't
it.
really acted on it, letting him determine that.
Okay.
I talked to him a little bit, if there's another board that he's wanting to serve on at the same time.
Gotcha. All right, any other suggestions, council? Y'all good with those recommendations? If you're not, or?
Do we need to find someone to replace Linda Wilkerson on the housing board?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll need, yeah, so.
Do y'all have any thoughts and I can contact them?
So what I'm showing is you reach out to Kay Snyder for the beautification board?
Yes.
And then we can find someone for the housing board,
Mhm.
and then reach out for Bruce on the planning and zoning,
Yes.
and then we'll check with Ryan. And then the other changes, Brian, Don, and then Frank on chamber. That's what I have, is that what y'all have?
Yes.
Y'all good with that, and then we'll bring those other ones back when we find them next month? Okay.
Thank you, Frank, for doing that.
Yeah.
I would entertain a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Second. Got a motion from Brian, and a second by Roger. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 12 is discuss and consider and take appropriate action on resolution 4-26, the Spearman City Council support for Texas Municipal League President-elects. A little history on this, I had been contacted to, put in a, application again for interviews, and one of the process for the interview process for TML President-elect is, support, from, recommendation of support from council. The current president did not get reelected, and so our bylaws at TML requires him to be elected officer. And so the president-elect assumed that, and so that left a vacancy for president-elect to do that, and they'll hold those in June, so. And I'd be more than honored to represent the city along with the counties and states in that position if you also choose to allow me to, they run it just like a interview process. Last year they had 7. We ended up in the top 2, so, the individual that's running it is a very competent, individual, and is gonna serve the TML organization well.
I make a motion, we approve the resolution of Spirit City in support of the Texas Municipal President-elect Toby Thompson.
Toby
Not the only one.
Toby Shields, how about that?
Let's make sure Toby sees that though.
Now, Toby,
Yeah,
what
that's
happened
what
to
I
the
was
last email thread?
I know.
I second that motion.
Okay, I got a motion from Roger and a second from Don, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, gentlemen and gentlewomen.
Is there anyone who that's wanting to go to Warwick Assembly at 10 o'clock?
I need to do a 10, but mine will take like 5 minutes.
I just didn't know if anybody else needed to go or not. I just wanted to bring that
That
up.
means you need to?
If I go, I go. If I don't, I don't.
Okay. Item 14 is discussion on city procurement policy relating to chapter 252 of Texas Government Code.
That, during the 80th night, y'all don't have it in there, I don't see, so we may wanna table it, but just by way of introduction. The 89th legislature changed the rules on procurement, general procurement for cities, it was 50,000, they increased it to 100,000. And what you don't see in there is that you gotta get 3 bids, you gotta have it specified, the standard procurement rules. This is only a discussion item, so, y'all can take with it as you see desirable. Our current limit is
25.
25,000, the state allows you, it used to allow, it's now 100,000, so whether y'all wanna do that, there are a lot of variables that are involved, that may say, yeah, that makes sense, or it burdens us to have to get 3 bids each time, that sort of thing, or, no, I want that level of comfort, to know that you guys did your homework, and got bids. So, that by way of introduction lends it to the discussion. I'm just
Ron,
making y'all aware of that.
they'd asked me, and I was trying to recall, you were mayor, and when I was serving the council, when he had city, because at one time it was 10,000, correct? And at that time, that, administration wanted to bring it up to 50 or something at that time, and that council chose to set it at 25. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was correct, so.
Well, you're just balancing that safety or protection against the price of things continuing to increase.
What's your-
I'd rather not see us go to 100.
I would
I
not
probably
either.
would 50.
That's what I was wondering about going to 50.
If you, wanna do that, we'll put an item on the next agenda.
Okay.
Unless it's just a policy, and it doesn't need it's not an ordinance, it's a policy, you'll just say so now, will affect that.
Did we find, was it in our financial?
Yes, it's in the final.
I think it's in our financial, investment and financial policy, so we'll look into that to see.
The prudent way to do that would just to bring that back at the next meeting.
Okay.
And to give it the blessing.
Okay.
Yes. But at any point, we could still ask for an item to go out for bid, right? Even if it was under 50.
If y'all
We could just say,
desire.
hey, this is a little different. Could you
Yeah,
handle it this
I
way?
mean, y'all, I don't know how that's written, but yes, you wanna do that if there's a peculiar circumstance where
Yeah.
you need to have, that multiple bids, yes, you wanna do that.
Well, and I think that, it's just good practice admin, I mean, if the job, current and in past have always, even though we were under that 50,000 threshold, when you're up in that $30,000-$40,000 range, it's just good business to say, okay, here's 2 bids or 3 bids, even though you're not required to do it, so.
Right.
But it cuts out the headache of the red tape, so. With of the
Right.
posting and the newspaper and 30, 60, 90, so yes, sir.
Again, it depends on the complexity of it, and then whether or not, there are competitive bids out there. If you know that there's one only vendor, yeah, but, if you, then any prudent department's gonna say, hey, we need to get bids on here to price compare.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay, so we have item 15, is convening to executive session under section 551-071 Texas Government Code and section 1-05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel regarding the agreement for services and employment as an economic development director dated March 12, 2008, and economic development director position. And also, we have, item 17 is, convening an executive session pursuant to section 551-071 and 55-074 Texas Government Code and section 105 Texas Rule of Disciplinary Procedures to consult with legal counsel regarding the employment of planner. Mr. Taylor, he had given to me, he had requested that his part be in open session, on that part, so at that time, I'll ask you to, your agreements to give us some background on your agreement, sir. So, yeah, I mean, we'll do yours first before we go into that, so that way, you know, we don't have to come out, so, yes, sir, sir.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I want to begin by expressing my genuine confusion about why I find myself here. In my time with the City of Spearman, I have never received a counseling, written reprimand, or any formal disciplinary notice, which makes this agenda item both unexpected and deeply concerning. What makes it even more troubling is the timing. The very day after I formally submitted a grievance to the interim city manager regarding what I believe to be an abusive working environment, a grievance naming him and the city secretary, this termination item appeared on the agenda. I had expected my grievance to be the matter before this council today, not my continued employment. Since Mr. Joe Jurassic joined the city, I have been systematically isolated. He has consulted with virtually every member of this organization except me, including discussing my work and performance with others rather than directly with me. I have experienced intimidation, humiliation, and shifting expectations with no clear communication. Mr. Jurassic himself confirmed to me that individuals within this organization have been providing him with false information about me. This is not speculation on my part, as he confirmed it himself. To be clear, this did not begin with Mr. Jurassic. I was told before I ever set foot in the city that this position, the Director of Public Works position, belonged to someone else. From the beginning, I have faced bullying, sabotage, insubordination, threats, and what I believe to be deliberate misconduct, all of which violate the city's own code of conduct, a document created specifically to address these very issues. Most recently, Mr. Jurassic claimed that I was notified on April 13th that my title and duties had changed. That is inaccurate. Our conversation regarding those changes occurred on May 14th, over a month later. I have documentation to support this, including a written memo dated April 14th that clearly outlines my continued responsibilities as Public Works Director. Mr. Jurassic subsequently provided me a document that same day, May 14th, backdated to April 14th and signed April 15th, emailing me to state that I had now received notification of my job change. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my only goal since joining the city has been to do my job, serve our citizens, meet state and federal requirements, and support this council and the city manager's direction. I have worked to communicate openly, act professionally, and treat every colleague with respect, even those who have not extended the same to me. I respectfully ask that you consider the full picture before making a decision today. I would also note for the record that Texas Local Government Code sections 160.006 and 161.157, Title 7 of the Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act, and the First Amendment of the United States Constitution each provide legal protection against the type of retaliation I believe is occurring here. Thank you.
So I've got one question on, back up on, you said the dates, can you give us that again, as far as you said that you were given one date, May 14th, then back dated, April 13th?
Yes, sir. So, on May 14th, or it may have been even May 13th, I sent an email to Joe, and he he asked me why in my signature block that my title was still Public Works Director. And I had notified him that he had never told me verbally or communicated to me in any way that my title had changed. And he responded that he had told me on April 13th that it had. Well, as I had just read to you, I have a document that he had sent an email to myself, Dana, and Steven that said in it that my title would continue to be Public Works Director, that I would start doing city planning, but that I would still be involved with Public Works as far as reporting goes. But since then, he has changed that narrative verbally, but very recently, to say that he thought that he had made it clear to me that my title had changed, that I was to be in no way involved in Public Works, and that was never expressed to me until May 14th. And then he sent me a job change memo on May 14th. He called me into his office, gave me the physical paper, then emailed me in response to the email I talked to you previously, or I mentioned previously about the signature block, and said, you now have the notification of your job change. So, again, I wasn't officially notified until May 14th about a job change or a title change.
Yeah, some questions?
You said that Joe was given false information about you. What was that referred to?
I didn't ask details about what was said. He told me the false information was that people below me had come to him and they kept telling him things and telling him things and telling him things. And he addressed one of the things specifically, but he said that the other things that he just brushed off, but because he didn't think that they were true, is what I mean by that, sir.
What do you mean, Roger, I'm sorry, were you finished with that?
No,
question?
I'm good.
What do you mean by the word sabotage? I mean, if you're saying he didn't really specifically tell you what was being said.
So in our personnel manual, we have a definition of sabotage, and that's what I mean by that.
Could you kind of rough it for us?
I could
know you
grab
can't
it,
quote it, but.
I would like to read it verbatim if you don't mind, I could grab it. I'll be right back. Deliberate damage or destruction of city equipment or property, altering, removing, or destroying city records, advocacy of participating in unlawful trespass or seizure of city property, encouraging or engaging in slowdowns, sit-ins, strikes, or any other concerted effort to limit or restrict employees from working.
And so you're thinking that people working below you were sabotaging your successful
Yes, sir.
tenure?
I believe so.
You said about hostile, can you maybe elaborate a little bit more on that as far as hostile working environment inside?
I never used the word hostile, sir.
Okay.
I apologize if that's the message that you take from that.
So Chris, tell me again, is this a grievance for title or grievance for performance? I'm not even sure what we're discussing.
If we are discussing the grievance, the official grievance I submitted was for an abusive working environment.
Okay.
For abusive working
That's-
environment?
That's where I'm sorry, I meant abusive, but that's where I was referring to hostile, so.
Yes, sir.
Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. So, somebody, I wanna make sure that I'm not. I'll make sure that I'm speaking plainly and clearly. So, constant belittling, bullying or intimidation, systemic mismanagement, isolation and sabotage, physical or verbal threats, and the last one doesn't count because it says unwanted sexual things, and obviously there's some judgment for that.
And is that grievance, is that reference against the interim city manager?
I filed it against the interim city manager and city secretary, sir.
And is that filed here at the city level? Is that the reference?
Yes, sir.
A grievance with the city?
Through our agreement procedure, yes, sir.
Can you give us examples of the abusive working environment?
Yes, sir. So, in regards to, as I said, with the constant belittling, insults, humiliation, mocking, the things that have been said to me directly, are, you should have never gotten this job, you don't qualify, Justin should have never hired you, I should make more money than you shouldn't make as much money as you should. You don't know the problems you cause around this place. Things of that, those are the ones I can call off the top of my head. I have more written down, on other documents. With the,
And apparently you believe those are completely inaccurate, all those statements,
which statements are?
the ones you just made. Shouldn't make that much, should've never got the job. You think all those, in your personal opinion, are
Based off of,
absolutely incorrect?
sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
I mean, strictly based off of the amount of work that I've done, what I've fixed, what I've done that hasn't been done, and just speaking just from my title that I've had for the majority of the time I've been here, being an administrator and trying my best to, be a supervisor to, the people under me. I think I was successful, more so especially in the administration portion. But I will tell you, I definitely have done my best to fulfill my role as a supervisor. Yes, sir. I think that I was effective, and that's not a personal opinion of mine either. It's what my peers have told me that, citizens, but like I said, it's not just my own personal opinion.
What was the former city manager's opinion of your performance?
I will say that him and I was definitely in his office some, and he was upset, at times with me. But the things that he was upset about was work not getting done the way he wanted it to get done. And the issue with that is, I'll bring up a specific example. How we've been doing the valley gutters. And after the valley gutters are done, we would go and fill with asphalt. Now, Justin asked me to relay and make sure that these guys did it a specific way. There was a certain way that Justin wanted it done. And I was gonna argue, I'm well aware that I do not have past experience in public works. So I did not argue. I listened to what he said, and I I passed it on to Steven, passed it on to Brandon. I said, look, this is what Justin said he wants, this is how he wants it, and that's it. And, you know, I believed it was my role as the Director of Public Works, and, you know, it's been said many times by Justin, that it is not my job to oversee daily operations. Just, it is my job to see the overall scope, the projects, keep the projects on track, make sure that they're getting done. So, I got in trouble for the way that they did the asphalt on one of these valley gutters. You know, and he got onto me because he said, well, I told you to make sure that they needed to do it this certain way, and it had to, you know, and everything. And, you know, I told him, I said, I expressly detailed everything that you had said to me, you know. But again, I reminded him, you told me that I am to oversee overall projects, and I've done that, I've been doing that. But it is not, it is the job of the public works supervisor to oversee day to day and make sure that those specific things, those tasks are getting done. So, I took the hit for that. I didn't put the blame on anybody. It's not my job. It has always been my belief to protect people under me. Frank knows that, being in the military, that you don't throw your people under the bus, you protect them. The buck stops where you're at.
When was your last personnel review?
I have never had them.
And how long have you been employed?
Over a year. And I've had repeated requests to Justin to have one at the 6-month mark and, you know, in between. And he would tell me, he would either tell me I'll get to it or I don't feel like giving you one.
Is our policy that we do that on an anniversary date or an
Yes.
annual date?
Yes, there's just nobody to give him one because Justin was already gone by the time his anniversary
His
came.
anniversary.
Yes, and he had requested at that time that I give him one, and I told him I wasn't because I wasn't his supervisor.
So on this grievance, I know it's kind of a two-tier. You said you agreed against the city secretary and the city manager, or interim city manager.
Yes.
So I know how our policy works is that, you know, it would have, if it was directed at the city secretary, the city manager or acting city manager interim would handle that deal. Was that ever addressed? And then if it was towards him, it comes before us like it is today. So was that first step ever initiated?
When I filed my grievance, it was simultaneous against that.
And so my question is, have you had a conversation or has, with Joe, the city interim, with the grievance?
We have not, no, sir.
Did he try to?
About the grievance? No, sir.
Or the cause of the grievance?
About the cause of the grievance? The overall cause? No, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought it was my understanding that you three sat down together and began a discussion.
About a specific event, yes, sir.
Not a general,
No, sir.
a specific one.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chris, I received a phone call,
Yes, sir.
not from these two,
Okay.
but they were concerned about the environment here. And they told me that people were saying that they were worried to be in your presence. They were afraid, not afraid, they were concerned. Why would they, I received this phone call, why do you think that they would tell me these things? And it didn't come from the people that said that, they had told this person called me.
Mhm.
So, I'm just trying to figure out what would cause these people in your work environment to feel that way. Is there any cause, maybe, quick hot-headedness, quick judgment, maybe coming from you or something? What would cause these people to tell this person calls me and says, I'm really concerned about their safety? That's what this person was worried about.
I have no idea, sir.
Okay.
You mentioned hot-headedness.
Right.
Even with,
They didn't say that, I'm just saying that would that be an example maybe, or?
Right, even if they did or did not, you said it, so I will address it.
Right, right.
You know, even if I'm in an argument or, any sort of conversation where, you know, tensions are high,
Mhm.
I do not raise my voice, I do not yell, even at home, I don't. So, I really don't express anger. Like I said, even really at home, so, as far as that goes here, and I try to act at all times and try to be aware at all times of my professional manner at work. And, you know, being a public servant, you know, I'm aware that I have to be aware at all times. So, there's, you know, I don't do that.
Does it surprise you somebody said that to you?
It does.
You can't reconcile that?
No, like I said, I mean, I can't speak to someone else's feelings, especially when, if somebody feels that way, then, you know, if they don't bring it to me, then we can't talk about it, we can't address it.
What occurred, or what caused the other day, that y'all were having, you and the city secretary, a discussion, and what would cause her to ask another employee to come in, a male, to ask you to leave that conversation?
Again, I have no idea. Like I said, I was trying to, ask her a question. It was, you and I discussed this already, but, this occurred after our, attempted Monday morning meeting, and she had come in, and I was in here alone, and she said that we weren't gonna have a Monday morning meeting, and that there was no reason for me to be here because I wasn't a department head, anyway. And again, at that point in time, I hadn't been informed that my title had changed, that my duties had changed, you know, as far as I knew, I was still Public Works Director. I was still involved in Public Works as far as reporting went. And I said, you know, I responded, as far as I know that I am, and that nothing's changed. And so.
So that Monday is before May 14th?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, you know, you know, she told them, you know, she said the meeting was done, so I walked through here, and, you know, I wanted to inquire about what she meant. So, you know, I talked to her, and she said, I asked her, and she said, oh, so you don't know? No, I don't know. How could I know if no one has informed me? So, she said, well, you know now, or so, maybe I'm misquoting that, but it was something very close to that. And I said, well, unless Joe tells me, because he's my direct supervisor, I said, as far as I know, nothing's changed. I said, because you are not in my chain of command, you're not my supervisor. And she said, well, when Joe's gone, I'm in charge and I'm the boss. Okay. And she said, I'm gonna tell you something that, and I wanna say it out loud. And, you know, Gary the judge is sitting there the whole time, listening to all this. And, she said, I wanna let you know that you're scary. And I said, why? I said, oh, okay. I said, I'm sorry you feel that way. I said, I didn't know. And she said, I think it's best that from now until, for the rest of the day, until tomorrow, that we just don't communicate. And I said, why? And she had this very annoyed look on her face. And she turned to Gary and said, Gary, repeat to him what I just said and get him out of here. And Gary said, come on, Chris, let's go, let's get out of here. And I said, I just asked the question, why? And I said, okay, I'll go. And so I left. And that was it.
Do you have, are there witnesses to any of these statements, or what the abuse were? Verbal abuse?
I'm sure there are, but I don't know. to be honest with you. Cause there's not a lot of people that come in to the office regularly, so they could be, but,
I was just asking from a perception.
yes,
What
sir.
do you know, did someone else feel like it was that?
Again, Chris, I'm struggling with what, you admitted you have no public works experience whatsoever. So the interim city managers had every level of municipality authority redirects you.
Yes, sir.
That seems logical to me.
Okay.
Being redirected, maybe he didn't say you're not the public works director as of this date, but the redirection should have given you some indication that he didn't think you were able or wanted you to be in that capacity. Again, it feels like you're worried about your title being relinquished at a date you were unaware of, and Dana is the interim city manager, interim city manager, so she does rank you. So when she asks you to leave her presence, do a task, it feels like authority to me. It feels like something you know about, that you should address, accept, and do, not question or file agreements for such. That's just what it feels like to me.
Don, I apologize, it's not about, I feel upset or anything about getting my title taken away, or it's not about what the title is. What I said earlier is I'm just stating facts.
And I have a hard time, Chris, believing we have a hostile work environment in City Hall. We're pretty frayed in a lot of places, but I just don't believe that. I think Joe's done an incredible job.
Okay.
So he also asked earlier, what would be your goal from the grievance? What was the goal?
True.
My goal from the grievance would be to work, I just wanna do my job, that's it. And again, if he moved me to a different department, a different role, then I will do that role, you know, that's fine. If my role is planner, I haven't, you know, I was upset the first day, and Toby knows that, because I talked to him. Yes, I was upset, I will say that, because I haven't had any performance reviews, I haven't been told that I was doing a bad job, I haven't been told that I was doing, you know, anything. Nobody has said anything about my performance, so it came as a shock that I went from, you know, it was nothing, there was no lead up, no build up to it. It was just all of a sudden, one day I was doing my job, and then boom, there's just a shift.
So back to that, his question of the goal, and this is just how I am, you know, if I'm in what I think is an abusive work environment, how does that fix it? What does that solve? What are we looking for? You know, why am I there? Why am I fighting to be there?
Well, it's like I had said before, I can work and I can be professional. You know, it's really disappointing that it's come to this, it really is. And I wish that it hadn't, but I didn't choose things to be this way. I didn't choose for these things to happen to me. My only thing that I've been doing since I've gotten here is just trying to do my job. As I said, what I read to you guys, trying to do my job, take care of state and federal requirements, doing the directive of the council, doing the directive of the city manager. I haven't worried about office politics or who has wanted to unseat me or who has been slandering me, since I've
But
been
it
here.
is, that's your grievance, but it is, Chris.
It is now, Don.
Again, I have a hard time understanding how a grievance has not came from past. This is built for a while. Chris just didn't show up one day because Joe changed his title and Dana said something to him that he didn't appreciate. I just, it doesn't feel like that to me. It feels like there's some history here. I don't know if it's with you and Justin. I'm not sure what it is. I think you have maybe some authority situations with Dana. Again, when Gary has to ask you to leave her presence, doesn't feel like that's what you should have done. You should have left her presence. So now you're filing a grievance in the same scenario, and it feels like you're the bad guy in this scenario. To me, I've talked to Gary about it. You just need to, understand that, and Frank mentioned it, some people are intimidated by you. I don't know why, exactly. I don't work with you. But those are things that are reflecting on you, not a grievance or city politics or employment, in my opinion.
Chris, one of the greatest supervisors I ever had was Melba Rook, God rest her soul. When I was talking to this person, the people he was referring to were the ladies in this building. Do you have any problems with women in authority, or how do you feel about that?
No.
Nothing?
No, sir.
When you're talking about sabotaging people working under you, is that a reference to Brandon?
I prefer not to name any names.
Okay. Did you have problems with Brandon before you fired him and we didn't agree with that and reinstated him?
Everything that I have done here has been purely professional. I don't have any personal problems with anyone here.
No, but it's also seems like to me just common sense that that would be a sticky, prickly situation now.
And that's one of the very things I was referring to. I didn't say it. You have history with people in this city chain, and it's obvious.
So when Brandon came back, we all, Justin, myself, and Steven, sat in his office. We had a conversation, and we agreed to swap things and let bygones be bygones, and that's exactly what I did. I haven't treated Brandon any differently. I didn't give him more work. I didn't look over his shoulder. I didn't do any sort of retaliatory notions, actions, anything. Brandon coming back was the decision of the council. I respected the decision of the council, and that was it. I didn't have anything to say.
You said a while ago made a statement that you just wanna do your job. So I have kind of a two-part question is one, have they prevented you from doing your job? And two, about them doing your job, them seeing where you excel at and benefit not only just the organization, but the community, and changing your roles, is that not fall under their job of saying, hey, I have an individual here that he excels, I see the potential, he excels in here, so I'm gonna shift his focus and roles over here because that's something that we're lacking in this area, and we have someone sitting right here that can facilitate that.
So, to answer your first question, like I said, I do believe that there was some sort of push against me, whether it be to slow down the job, and again, I'm no expert, and I've made that very clear in public, about public works, but again, I know that some of the people under me took it personally, or maybe not personally, maybe professionally, but they didn't like that I came in and had the public works job, the director, because it should have gone to someone else. So before I even came here, I already had what I believe to be a target with that. So,
Could you be just a little more specific about that slowdown of work?
So, when I talk to my peers, because, I wanna do my research, I wanna make sure that I'm well informed, I always do. I talk to a lot of my peers about you know, jobs that we had here in the city. And, you know, I would ask them, how long does this job normally take? What size crew do you have? What experience do they have? What are their licenses? You know, I wanted to make sure that, you know, I knew the parameters and everything. And in going over all that with a lot of my peers, other directors, it came back that the jobs that we were doing, the same jobs that they were doing, it was taking us between 2 and 3 times longer. And when I came here, there were projects that we had that had been open for about 3 to 5 years, just ignored. And I'm not saying that that's exactly all the workers' fault, because it can't possibly be all their fault. That's not what I'm saying at all. But with the stuff that we've done since I've been here, I mean, it never added up to me. Again, I've never claimed to be an expert. However, I've asked the experts.
Well, I mean, Steven sits right here.
I've even talked to Steven and Brandon, because they are our experts.
Steven, do you think there's a sabotage of his leadership?
I don't think anybody's purposely slowing down work. I mean, I think, could people work faster? Absolutely. I don't think they're doing it to sabotage his position as he is, as what he's thinking. Is there people that don't like him? Yeah. But they're not purposely slowing down work, because that doesn't just reflect him, it reflects myself, it reflects themselves. So, I mean, anything can be done faster. Comes down to, you know, personnel or training, or there's a lot of variables. And I could sit here all day and make 100 excuses why things don't get done as fast as I think they should, or as fast as Chris does, or as fast as Perryton does it, or as fast as Canyon does it, or Gruber does it, or anybody else. I don't know who he's asked, but you know, at the end of the day, we can only just do what we can do, and then learn from our mistakes. Hey, why did this take 3 times longer than it should? Well, this happened. Well, that's an excuse, and that's a training problem. Well, let's forget our excuses, work on the training issues, and move forward from it. Some people just work faster than others, unfortunately. When I was, and I'm not trying to boost myself, but when I was fixing leaks, I could, you know, and I've had, because we've been busy, and this was before I think Chris was here. I with just the mechanic watching me, I dug up a leak, put the clamp on, and did all the work myself, and was done in like a couple hours. Whereas the same leak might have took the entire crew 4 hours. I have more experience digging than they do. You know, there's an experience gap between myself and Brandon, and then a big gap between Brandon and the rest of the crew. Whereas half our crew's been here just a little over a year. Brandon's been here 10 years, I've been here 15 years. So there's a wide, you know, like I said, I can make 100 excuses, but at the end of the day, no, nobody's purposely sabotaging anybody. It's, you know, I can't give a reason why it takes as long as it does. The only thing I can do is make sure it doesn't continue. And some problems do continue, and I gotta constantly be on them. Come on, you know, take 5 extra minutes discussing the job, and then, you know, if it takes 15 minutes in the morning, hey, let's try to do it in 10, so we have that 5 extra minutes to get going. You know, little things. You know, but even when they do a job, I'm, you know, sitting on the sidelines, man, it just seems like it's taking forever. But when you're doing it, you feel like you're moving, you know, and it's just a matter of sometimes perception and different things. So,
Yeah, thank you.
So I want to go back to the question that's been asked multiple times, and I personally haven't got a clear picture of it, is what is your outcome? I mean, what are you wanting the outcome of this grievance? I mean, because, you know, you say it's abusive working environment, but then when they make a statement of saying, hey, maybe we should stay in our own offices and not communicate today, and you just do your job, I do my job. So I guess that's my still question is what is your perspective of an outcome of this grievance from your?
Well, like I said, I would like to continue to do my job. Like I said, the work has never been a problem. I enjoy the work that I've done. Everything, all, absolutely. The work I did as Director of Public Works, the work I'm doing now, it's all been enjoyable. But the problem is, like I said, I have enemies here, but it's none of the enemies I have are the ones I've chosen. I've tried my very best to be professional and respectful and listen, help, support, do all of those things. But as I've been told by, and even a few of you, I never got a fair shake. And I still am not getting a fair shake because the way I feel, quite frankly, is I'm an outsider, and it's gonna be, a lot of this is gonna be, you're either gonna believe me or you're gonna believe them, and they're the majority, and they're not outsiders. So, what I would love, and the reason why I asked for an open session and not a closed session is because I'm not afraid of the truth. I'm not. Because I know what I've done and what I haven't. And I know what's true and what isn't. And I will never lie to you guys. Well, let me take that back. Let me rephrase. I will never be malicious in what I say. And I will always strive to tell the truth and seek the truth. And I can firmly say everything that I told you guys today is the truth. And I only want what's best for the city. So.
Right, and the reason why I asked that is because, it's a pretty harsh, I mean, we have these rules in place, but it's a pretty harsh statement to say it's abusive work environment against the two top individuals. But we have this process in place. So, and I hear your comments, but I'm still not getting a clear picture of what the outcome is. Because you're making a statement about the two people above you. So, depending on how the council decides direction, what makes it a more pleasant working environment for you?
My outcome, I will answer you directly. My outcome would be to continue working in the role that I'm in, or if you guys decide, whatever you guys decide, if to put me back, to continue what I'm doing. Like I said, I've enjoyed both. And then there is a problem here. So don't believe me, don't believe them. Do your investigate. I would say investigate.
Joe, do you have any comment?
I have prepared documents. I have a call it a case to present.
I think it's only fair for you and Dana to have the opportunity to voice your opinion, concerns, ideas.
I have the documents. I thought my portion would be in closed session, however, it's sitting there in my office, ready to be distributed to all of y'all, to plead my side, to explain my side of the matter. And this is where it kind of gets tricky, because this isn't responding to the grievance per se. It is citing concerns and pleading a case on his employment status based on the observations I have and then documentation that exists.
Can you prefer that in executive session, closed session?
If so allowed. But if he.
What if you just respond to the abusive work environment
I don't know what the abusive work environment, as I call them, is, site instances where, there were concerns about the processes, brought him in to explain, I explained to him one circumstance where he wasn't, public works, he was no longer public works director, he was planner one. Define that title, explain what he needed to do, towards the master plan, which was at this point only to, do an inventory of our assets, infrastructure assets. And then, there was another instance where, Dana had, on May 11th, there was a situation where this argument occurred in front of the judge. And Chris called me and Dana called me, and I forget who did first. And I said, what we're gonna do is y'all write down your concerns, and we're gonna explain, we're going to listen, I'm gonna hear this the next day, being a Tuesday, was when I come in. Did we sit down on that day? Yes.
On that Tuesday, yes.
Yeah,
And that-
afternoon, about around 3-ish. I began to, we didn't ever get into the conversation because Chris insisted that Dana not be present. And I explained to Chris that Dana was involved, was one party to this, argument, and I needed to hear her side of the story, or paraphrasing that, but her presence is required, was required. He said something on the order of, respectfully request that she not be here, and I said no, because it's part of the process. I imagine he repeated that 3 or 4 times, and I said, she's gonna be here, and that is the way this is gonna be conducted. And he started again, I said, stop. I raised my voice, I did not yell, and I said, we will, if you don't wanna participate, and he started arguing about the definition of participation. I said, then I'll, render a judgment tomorrow. At which point, he began something, and I told him to leave the office and use this finger gesture as such, not pointing, off to the side. But I do have a lot of documentation, and I think it's critical to this exercise that it be presented.
Chris, can I ask you, everybody's had some good questions, I haven't had a chance.
Yes, sir.
In terms of respect, do you feel that when you were the public works director, that the people working below you respected you?
I don't know. I would hope that they did. I respected them.
So you think it's important that they respect you, and in return, you respect the people that are above you in the chain?
I would hope that they respect me. I don't think it's a requirement.
It's a requirement, I'm just asking.
I respected them. It's because they were deserving of my respect. But, like I said, I don't believe that it was a requirement that they respect me. I would hope that they would. But all I really needed from them is that we work together and trying to be as professional as possible.
So you're saying in the same sentence, you don't have to respect your authority?
No, I'm not saying that.
You said their respect's not required of you, so it feels like you don't think yours is required of them.
I'm saying that from a personal standpoint. I respect my people above me.
Okay.
So for instance.
Okay, but that's all I need, you said it, you respect them, that's all I need to know.
Okay.
Could I say something? Cause now we're talking about respect. I'm gonna say something, and then I'm gonna have to walk out, cause I'm gonna get emotional. Where was the respect the day before my father's funeral when you called my wife to ask about work-related stuff? Where was that respect from me?
I'm sorry to rehash because we've talked about this multiple times, but for procedure, what is the end result of this grievance? Are you wanting them to be reprimanded? Are you, I need to know what is the goal we are working towards. I'm not clear on that.
Can I say something real quick? So this agenda item really doesn't even have anything to do with his grievance.
Well,
This was in the process before his grievance was ever filed.
Okay,
but because of, we're discussing it, Councilman Mitchell did say.
This is really
Right.
the grievance element. It's
Correct.
really two parts.
Correct, yes.
There's a disciplinary, which we haven't gotten to, and there's the grievance.
so I'm asking specifically what is the end result, or what are we trying to do as a council with the grievance? What is next steps? Is that they're reprimanded, they're taken out of their position? What is the end goal?
That's what I've been trying to.
Is it documentation in everyone's,
Written up,
work file or whatever it's called, employment file, or, I'm like Grace, that's, again, I was, early on was like that, so what is the cure with this grievance?
Well, our job is to hear the grievance like what we're doing right now, and that's what I was trying to get from Mr. Taylor is what his end result was wanting from this. Is he wanting us to change the working environment? Is he wanting us to, reprimand his superiors? I mean, that's, my take about that.
are you
So
wanting to report elsewhere?
the second stage of this will be legal advice on handling this case, so.
Thank you.
I do not want them reprimanded. To make that clear, that was never my intention. I want all of, this has been a buildup over the time that I've been here. It's come very fast in recent months. Because I've had issues with Justin. But even though I had issues with Justin, again, we're talking about respect, I still respected him, and I still respect him to this day, even though we had issues between us. And I respect them as well, even though I filed this grievance, which is, again, why I do not want them reprimanded. I don't want their jobs, nothing like that.
So Chris, you started the sentence and then you didn't finish it. You said, I want, and then you didn't finish. What do you want?
I just want to work here in an environment that I'm comfortable working in without being in an abusive work environment. So that, again, I would ask that this be investigated, not just believing one side or the other. I'm not asking you to just all believe me and take my side. I'm not asking you all to believe them and take their side. I want an investigation done. And that way we can get all the facts and everything is made clear, not just believing emotions or hearsay or slander, anything. Because as I said, the reason I asked for this open session is because I'm not afraid of the truth. I want the truth to come out because again, I want this type of environment to not be present here. I want us all, not just for me, because this isn't just about me, it's about, I don't want this to happen in the future as well. Because, and it goes beyond the investigation, because as you guys were talking about the ordinance and everything for the fire department, I think that's fantastic, because I would like stuff like that, protections like that put in for here, for the whole city, because I don't feel like I'm allowed that. I don't feel like I'm protected. I feel like anybody can say anything they want about me and then it's just automatically true and believed because I am an outsider and I haven't been here long and anybody can just give an emotional testimony and then about me and then that's it, that's the truth.
You didn't realize that at some point in time, Stephen was an outsider here too.
Yes.
I was just gonna say, I've never been told you're an outsider, for one. I don't wanna get, I don't know how to say it. It feels like every scenario, Chris, and I like you, I hope you like me, every scenario comes back to you. The staff below you, maybe not respect you, Justin and you had issues. You have issues with the, interim city manager and city secretary. I'm just trying to kind of remind you that you're in this deal too, and it feels like all those come back to you. So, in this grievance scenario, you just need to think there's some change in you too that must probably be addressed.
Yes, sir, I understand.
You know, other staff here in this building are uneasy around you. You don't want that, they don't want that.
I don't.
So those things also need to be thought of in your life. And I don't think you're lying to me, and I don't think they're lying to me, so, it has, let's don't make it a, somebody's lying about me, because I don't believe that. I just want you to understand, part of this is on you too.
I understand.
Chris,
Yes, sir.
back to the position of the public works director, you said you say time and time that you had no experience. I don't know how many people applied for the job, but I do know that no other interviews were given. Why do you think the previous city manager hired you? Why did he do that? Get somebody, put him in that position with zero experience of public works? Why would he do that? Because there's at one time where we were all wondering why he made that decision.
Mhm.
Why do you think the previous city manager hired you?
So if what you're saying is true about no other interviews were done, I was not
Right.
aware of that. That knowledge is
Right,
never been given to me.
You're not gonna know about that, I mean, it's
Yeah.
what I was told.
As far as why he hired me, he told me once that, and again, he told me this before, I believe it was during the interview that I did with him, because the interview he did with me was, I believe it was about 2 hours long. He told me that he and, you, City of Spearman, had issues with, hiring people that had public works experience and, coming in and trying to make the city, like the place that they had come from, or, not having, management experience and having supervisory experience, and that's what he really was looking for, someone to come in and be an administrator and be a supervisor. As far as anything else, I couldn't tell you, that's just what he had mentioned to me.
Right, and I don't know the full truth of the hiring process, but do you think there was outside sources that made his decision to hire you?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Do y'all have any more questions for him?
No.
I move we enter into executive session.
All right, it is 12:36 and reconvening into open session. Item 17 is convening into executive session pursuant to section 551-071 and 551-074 Texas Government Code, section 105 Texas Rule of Disciplinary Procedures to consult with legal counsel regarding employment of Planner 1. This time we reconvene in open session that you asked to have it in open, Mr. Taylor, and so I'm gonna ask, city manager to, put forth the, findings of his grievance, to what you, talked about, so.
Okay, that grievance was filed, somewhere after the time that I had called, Mr. Taylor in to discuss a matter that, between he and the city secretary that occurred on May 11th, so I guess that was May 12th. And at that point, Mr. Taylor did not, want to participate, he refused to, he requested that, the city secretary not be in on the conversation. And I did not, allow that because it involved her as well. So, to start this, portion, my portion of it, I wanna draw reference to some, note to file on April 29th and 30th that, that's in that packet. And it, speaks to April 29th, city council reporting. I explained that, I expressed my concern that Mr. Taylor had exceeded his authority while reporting to the council, and noted that he made excessive measures to promote himself and his accomplishments, while the intent of the session is to inform the council of the ongoings of the Public Works Department. Also informed them that due to changes in duties and responsibilities, he'd no longer be reporting to the council. It was April 29th. This is not given to him in writing, it was given to him verbally. The documents that Mr. Taylor spoke to were delivered at a later time. However, they were mentioned prior to the 14th, or actually they were mentioned in May. I did stress that supervisory duties are no longer a part of his job description, and remind him that he was no longer serving in the supervisory capacity of the Public Works Department, as that had been assigned to Mr. Detmer. I inquired about an incident that occurred on April 21st that involved a former employee who appeared to be counseled by Chris. That was a former employee. Informed them that personnel matters are confidential and no intervention on personnel matters should occur unless the employee is under supervision. And Mr. Taylor indicated that he hadn't engaged in any conversation other than the exchange of salutations. I questioned that. On April 30th, I discussed the new role and indicated that Stephen Detmer would be handling inspections from Texas Municipal League, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, and other state and federal agencies. It stems from a situation that occurred on this date involving a visit from the TML about gas pipeline safety. There was apparent miscommunication about that. Stephen was unaware or not brought up to speed on that requirement. Thereafter, I provide a summary of incidences, and within the packet are incidences that occurred on May 11th. They're submitted here from the city secretary, and on each paragraph I have a summary. Starting with harassment to the city secretary that began on May 11th. That was earlier mentioned, where they were at odds with one another. I have a statement here from the municipal court regarding the confrontation between Dana Sharp and Chris Taylor. He was sitting in his office because, or when he heard Dana, who was walking from the council room to the front office, say, because you're not any employee anymore. That was discussed here previously. The municipal judge then had to interpret for Dana because apparently Chris did not respond to her request for him to leave. And he affirmed that that's what she was saying. And he even went to the point of raising his voice to say, Chris, cut it out. We don't need to start Monday like this. There, on the second paragraph, addresses the unauthorized hiring of an employee that summer help that came about. He was supposed to go through the application process. He was ill-advised otherwise by Mr. Taylor. Third paragraph just deals with the harassment of her. The fourth, the page 2, paragraph 1, excuse me, page 2, paragraph 2. Annette Bynum called City Hall to, spoke with Chris about guys putting out dumpsters. That was a function that was to belong to Stephen, as had been earlier explained. He ill-advised on the placement of them. They had to be done all over again. On the second paragraph of the second page, or excuse me, third paragraph on the second page, that deals with a conversation that Chris had with a minor. He was speaking to Miss Sharp's daughter and asking her to observe some things, and when confronted about it, he said, I'm asking her not to speak to the city secretary about what we talk about because it's not your department. Speaking to someone's child on a matter and asking them to spy is not legal. There was unauthorized viewing of confidential information that occurred on the, let's see. Excuse me, I'm referring to page 2, paragraph 4, deals with the excuse me, unauthorized viewing of confidential information. There's spying accusations. And on page 3, paragraph 2, there was the, get my place here. Page 3, paragraph 2, he inquired about someone's port scar. That's medical, that's personal, that is not to be discussed with any individual. Your medical condition is personal. There's nothing to be discussed about it, nor should it ever be brought up. Page 3, paragraph 3, unauthorized conversation with the mother of an employee. That's what Mr. Detmer referred to earlier. Chris wanted to know where, called her and wondered where Malachi was because he was not at the shop. Anyway, long story short, Chris engaged in a message with Stephen's wife about their son and his mental, psychological condition.
It's autism.
Say?
It's autism. Yes.
Autism. Inquiring to the mother of an employee, never to the supervisor. Of course, Mr. Detmer had to deal with his father's funeral. And the last paragraph deals with an unauthorized directive. These are, I realize that was brief, but they're provided to you in writing with the elaboration of what occurred on there. So, those are some of the concerns that I have, but more importantly is the fact that he was given directive to develop this infrastructure list, this accounting of our assets. And and I was clear on, he is to engage in that. He chooses to go into other avenues that don't belong to him. He clearly violated confidentiality rules. He violated, those rules are explicit, and then there's some that are state statutes. Ours are based on all of those. So the conduct, it's not a matter of necessarily the performance in his current position. It's a matter of the performance outside of that, unauthorized actions, and ill advice to people that he shouldn't be involved with because his roles have changed. The decision to bring this to disciplinary action was occurred simultaneously to the incident that occurred in our office where he wouldn't engage in it. So he's contending that we are retaliating. This is already in the making. We had attempted to address these deficiencies with him on that day. He refused to participate. So overall, we tried to exercise corrective action. We informed him of, backing up, we informed him of his new role. We tried to address deficiencies, but they've not come to fruition. The performance is not there.
And Joe, can we ask the question? The meeting you're referencing in your office, was that to discuss the confrontation they had?
Yes.
And that's when he didn't participate?
That's where he didn't participate, and this is what I had prepared for that meeting. However, he insisted that, or he politely requested that Ms. Sharp not be in attendance. And I explained again that he was required to do so because she was part of the complaint. He reiterated that 3 times, I suppose, and then finally I asked him to leave the office because we were going nowhere, and told him I would render a decision the following day. The next day, the next day he then filed that grievance. I was unable to, we were formulating the council agenda at that time to put it on. So my contention is the retaliation was simultaneous, it was incidental. There was no retaliation on their part. There was intent to, because of the scheduled time or the meeting that we had called on the 12th to address these matters. I fail to see how that is their retaliation. I was giving him the opportunity to clear himself on the matter.
Chris, you stated in your earlier deal that you said this grievance is filed as abusive work environment. And you gave us a definition of what abusive is. Could you give us a more specific incident, other than just what the description of what it means?
So, part of the reason I filed the grievance and cited abusive is because I only agree with some of what Joe has presented to me. There's a lot of what he said is either just not true or is, there are parts of it that are true and there are parts of it that are not. Which is what is.
Can you elaborate on that for us? Because we have a lot of stuff, and I don't want to say, can you elaborate on which ones you feel like are untrue?
If I may see a copy, then yes, I can for sure.
Thank you, sir.
So something that Joe had also mentioned earlier, that after I had left his office, and during, he said that I argued with him over and tried to explain the definition of participation. That didn't happen. And he also said, I believe he said that I flipped him the bird. That also did not happen.
I didn't hear,
No,
say that last part, I'm sorry.
That I flipped you the bird?
No.
Did you think you said earlier?
No,
I didn't say
I
that.
don't recall ever saying that.
He said, a finger came out?
He said he.
I
his
said
finger-
my
He
finger came out and I said
motioned.
you are to
Well, then, I
leave it.
misunderstood, and I apologize, I take that back. So, that was a misunderstanding on my part, and I apologize. So, let's see here. The situation with, so it was claimed that I hired them unauthorized. I did not do that. So, and so Bretson had called me, and because Bretson has my work number, he has before, I don't give out my personal number. And he had asked me, because he's at college, and he had asked me, because I assumed, because he called me after we had put out for the city for the notification that we were gonna be doing hiring soon. He asked about it, and I said, well, yeah, that we're hiring. And he said, was asking, since he had worked for the city for, he was repeat seasonal worker for us for many years. He asked if, he had to come in and put in an application and everything, and I said, well, I don't know, I'm not part of that process anymore. And he asked if I could ask Dana or Steven or whoever if, we could reuse his application and if he had to come in, and I said, sure, I will do that for you. So, I asked Dana about it, and all I did was ask her exactly what Bretson had asked me to ask her. And the response to me was that, yes, that we could reuse his application, and that if he wanted to, that the job is his. And so, all I did after that was, I told Steven what Dana had said, and that was it. I did not tell Bretson that he had the job, and I did not tell Bretson, I'm giving him the job, nothing along those sorts. I understood my role in that, again, as Joe had put it, that Joe did make that clear the day that he told me that I'm not in a supervisory capacity anymore, and I understand what that means, and I'm not part of the hiring process. So, there was no way that I was going to, because, as I said, I do respect him. I was not going to go against that. So, but, again, that is all I did. So,
Can I say something? So that is not right. It was on a Monday. I was in the coffee room and he come in there and said Bretson was interested in the summer position. Can we use his application? And I said, no. I said, but we can put his name in the file. We know he's interested in case we start interviews, but as soon as he gets to town, he needs to come and fill out the application. He said, okay. He left. The next morning, as soon as council was over, Steven showed me a text message, which y'all have. He sent it during council, basically said that I said if he wanted the job, it was his. I never said that, because it's not my department to hire for. And then nothing was ever said, and then on May the 11th, Bretson showed up to work. I've not talked to Bretson, Steven's not talked to Bretson, Joe's not talked to Bretson. Chris is the only person that has spoke to Bretson about a job here. And somewhere along the lines, he was under the impression he was hired. Which, yeah, he was probably gonna be hired anyways, because he's worked here, I think, 3 summers and over Christmas break. But there's still a process we have to follow.
The paragraph about Annette Bynum contacting me, there's an email chain that could be shown about everything that was said, because when Annette called me, asked me about it, I told her that it has to go through Steven. So I told her, tell us what you need. I said, I will include Steven on this, and then I said, from that point on, you guys can handle it. So she sent me the email. I immediately forwarded it to Steven, and I don't remember, I had said something in the reply I didn't keep that from Stephen, but she came to me. I didn't go to her, and again, I didn't keep him out of it. But that has happened since Joe's made that change. People are not aware of the change, so people are still coming to me. But as soon as they do, I'm not gonna turn them away completely and say, I'm not the guy anymore, don't bother me, go to Stephen. I'm still going to accommodate them, but still turn them towards him. Because I'm still gonna be a good ambassador for the city, as I believe is, regardless, still my job to be a good ambassador for the city, no matter what my title or position is. So, and that's what I believe that I was doing, still being a good ambassador, while still doing what I knew that I needed to, and turning it over to Stephen. So, whether the dumpsters were the right spot or not, has nothing to do with me, because I didn't suggest for them to be in any spot, I didn't ask. I just said, tell us what you want and what you need, I will get this to Stephen, I CC'd him, and I put them in contact with each other, and that put a number on the email, so what happened after that is out of my hands. And after that, Dana had sent me, a text message, it was either that day or the next day, asking me about, a map that Annette had sent. And I responded a few hours later because I hadn't seen the text message that Dana had sent me. It's as simple as that. And Dana was very rude to me, in her reply text message, said, thanks for replying so promptly. But the simple fact is, I never got the map from them. It just, what am I supposed to give you that I don't have? And then, like I said, I had already turned it over to Stephen. And why is Dana asking me about something that doesn't have to do with me, it has to do with Public Works? So, that's where I'm confused. If I'm not Public Works, then why am I getting asked a Public Works question, especially since I've already turned it over to Stephen? So, the thing about me being, asking someone to spy for me, I did not ask anybody to spy for me. That has been blown out of proportion. So, Dana had told me that they were having a lot of problems at the pool over the years, and she was concerned that the pool manager and, her family, or, I forget all the people that she mentioned, because this was, again, about a year ago, that she was concerned that they were doing things they shouldn't at the pool. And, that was concerning to me. I have a colleague coming to me with a problem, and, I respect her, I still do. And, it's, to me, if somebody comes to me with a problem and they're concerned, I wanna help, I want to do something about that. So, and, it wasn't for me to be there at the pool 24/7 to make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to. So, Dana's daughter, Aubrey, I knew that she was working at the pool, so I did talk with her. She was not a minor, if I remember correctly, I was told she was 18, but regardless. I did ask her to not spy. I asked her if she saw anything that wasn't supposed to happen, just let me know. That was it. I didn't ask her to tell me right now who's doing what at this time, or, take pictures and everything, just let me know if anything's happening, because again, there was a concern that was expressed, and I wanted to get to the bottom of it. I wasn't out to get anybody, I wasn't out to, I just wanted to help and address a concern that a colleague that I respect brought to me. And yes, I wanted to keep Dana out of it, not because it wasn't her department, but because I didn't want her getting too involved. Was that a mistake? I mean, in hindsight, it probably was. I probably should have had her involved. So, I don't know. But I didn't want Dana getting too involved with it because it was a personal thing for her. So I wanted to keep her out of there.
You know, you filed the grievance as abusive, workplace, it's a working environment. So that's what we're trying to do as a council is determine whether that was, what you inspired was abusive. And that's what I keep trying to get is what incidents, I mean, that you feel like have personally been abusive enough that to file a grievance in that language.
So, again, I went over.
Well, I know what you gave us the definition of what we have in the manual, but I'm trying to get to you, for us, for clarification, what was a situation that was abusive?
But there were multiple situations, and like I said, I gave you the definition because I'm very, that's how I explain myself, my definitions, looking things up. That's just how I communicate.
I understand that, but for us,
I know.
we need more than just a definition, and I appreciate that, I understand that, but, you know, we needed the incidents where you say, you know, this is what's transpired.
So, part of it is, again, I was isolated. That is part of an abusive working environment. Since Joe, showed up, I've been isolated from everyone. And like I mentioned in my, the initial thing I read to you was, my work and my responsibilities and things I've been doing have been talked about in meetings with Stephen, Dana, and Joe, and not with me. When he first got here, and I was still Public Works Director, I was never brought in with Joe, he never really spoke with me, but he would talk to Stephen, he would talk to Brandon, but he never spoke to me about Public Works. And it wasn't that I was insulted or I felt disrespected, but if you're gonna talk to Public Works, why would you not talk to everyone in Public Works? And then, like I said, the 30 days later, I was out of Public Works, other than reporting. But again, I have documentation saying that I was still gonna be involved in Public Works, doing reporting. So, I know for a fact that I've been slandered, by several city employees constantly since I've been here. That goes against code of conduct here. And again, that's part of definition of an abusive working environment, slandering. There's gossip happening here all the time. I mean, I'm sitting in my office, I mean, Toby, you were in a conversation with Stephen and Dana, and again, and I could hear everything from my office, the doors are open, and Dana was making fun of me to you. I mean, does she know that I can hear her? She has to. Intimidation, I mean, there was I recall a conversation that I had with Justin, and he was getting on to me. It was about something the guys had done. And he left, and Dana and I were talking about how rough it was. She said, I don't know how you took that. I couldn't have sat there and took that. And I said, what do you mean? She goes, because if that were me, I would have got up and I would have punched him in his face. I've had several employees around me tell extremely racist jokes and talk about how much they hate Hispanic people, Dana to be included.
So my question to you, why, if that was going on prior to this administration, why were those never brought to our attention?
Because I was trying to make it work. I was trying to fit in. I never condoned any of that. But again, I'm sorry that it didn't, but again, we're here and I never thought that I would be believed either. Because I know what the culture is around here, especially against people who are new and considered outsiders, transplants. So, and I know how much Dana is liked. And if it's my word against hers, then who wins in that situation? Even if I have evidence, it's still a tough sell for me.
So, but your grievance is towards both the administration, both Dana and Joe. So my question is why did you feel that it was, that you needed to not participate in, that? Cause, you know, I know hindsight's 2020, we might not be sitting here if we would have attended that. So my question to you is, why did you feel like that it was imperative to not, have that meeting with him?
It wasn't that I didn't want Dana to be heard, because she could have been heard. It was that I didn't want to talk about what had happened in front of the person that I felt like attacked me. Because, again, I was sitting in my office, I was doing work, and she came into my office.
Because you had come to my office prior and I was on the phone.
So, I didn't really wanna have a conversation about that in front of the person that did that to me. And as Joe has said very clearly, I respectfully asked to have that conversation with Joe alone. It wasn't that I would never have this conversation with the three of us in the room. I wasn't against that eventually, but I was never given the chance to explain myself, because Joe made it very clear, and he actually said that he was commanding me to have this conversation. Like, I guess he figures that I'm a soldier, or was a soldier, and that giving me a command was the way to get me to do it.
You talked about culture. I'm just curious if, I'm new, if grievances are common, if you guys as a council have seen these often. Stephen, you could help me out with that, if you've seen, you know, grievances in the past. You just mentioned that it's the culture here, so I would assume if it's a culture of racism, hate, discrimination, that there would be other multiple grievances filed.
Well, I mean, it's been well known that our last city secretary, Cheryl Salgado, has talked about all the time how racist she was against Hispanics, even though she was married to an Hispanic.
Right, so did anyone file a grievance against her regarding that? That's my question. Have other grievances been filed?
In my tenure, I can't speak for my tenure, there's only been two.
Okay.
One was, by Salgado, and one was actually a termination by Mr. Taylor. So those are the only two that one is the most recent one. The other one was almost 8 years ago, so.
Okay.
But that's only been in history. I don't know
I mean,
if you've had anything.
I can't quote you numbers, but it's really a rare thing.
Right.
And, you know, to me, when we're talking the context of a culture or an environment, I mean, this is all we're hearing.
And to clarify that, Grace, is that those are grievances that have reached council, okay? So technically, if they have been filed internally, they've been handled and been resolved. But to reach the council level, I've only had the two.
That's my question, thank you.
I have he made a comment about taking people or going to public works people when I first got here. I took, Chris out, or had him take me out, show me the major avenues, wanted to get a view of the infrastructure layout of the town. So one of the first things I did was consult with him and have him take me out. And yeah, I did, Brandon, because he's familiar with the water system and all the wells, all that infrastructure. Stephen as well, naturally, because he's been involved in that. I also consulted with the, mechanic and then, and also with the police department. So to say that he wasn't included in that, is inaccurate supposition.
So I go back, Chris, is back to the way the grievance was filed. The grievance was filed as abusive, working environment, and so that's, we have to evaluate that over what you've said, the findings, and on that part. And that's how we have to address it. Do y'all have any more questions for Mr. Taylor or follow-up from staff?
Well, as I said, Sophie, everything that I've been experienced it's the definition of an abusive working environment.
Do y'all have any questions? Follow-up? No, I'm good on. Okay.
Well,
Go ahead.
just real quick, my mom is not racist.
That's what I've been told.
I know, Chris.
So,
I know, I've heard it before, not just from you.
I've
But
only
she's
talked
not.
to your mom once on the phone, and that's the only interaction I've ever had with her.
Yeah.
But
You're
again,
not the first person that said that to me. I mean,
yes,
so, I
so
mean, I'm just wanted to get
that's,
that on
that's
record.
not my claim, is I've never met her, but again,
Right.
that's what I've been told.
Yeah, and I've heard it out of in other places too, but I just wanted to let everybody know that she's not racist.
But again, as I said, out of
Right.
the city secretary's own mouth, that's what she said.
You
and
never heard me
also that-
say that Cheryl is racist.
And also, no, not about that,
You just said out of the city secretary's mouth.
not about this, but that you don't like Hispanics, and that you also hate men.
My daughter, oh, I do dislike men, everybody knows that. But my daughter is Hispanic. So that is so false.
Alright. Any other gentlemen? Okay. Alright, like I said, our job is to find that whether this grievance is, founded, unfounded, so, council, what are y'all's determination?
I would make a motion that we find that this grievance is unfounded.
I'll second.
Alright, got a motion from Roger and a second by Frank, on this grievance as far as unfounded as abusive working environment as presented. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Alright, we'll jump to item 17 is, any action from, executive session pursuant to section 551-714, 551-074, Texas Government Code, and section 105.
I think you need to be
Did I
at
miss-
16.
Sorry, I marked the wrong one, thank you. Reconvene, for determining appropriate actions to city council regarding the agreement, thank you, sir, for the services and employment of economic development, and director dated March 12, 2008, and the economic development director position. Any action regarding that? Helps if I put my glasses on.
I would make the motion that it is, our intention to exit the current contract, by 9/30 of this year. The significance of that date is it aligns up with our fiscal year end. And by choosing that date, that gives us time to, collaborate with the other entities in the contract, which are the EDC and the chamber, to come together to, make sure we're all wanting the same things in a new contract, and, feel like it's serving each of the entities' needs.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
And before we go further, when, we're looking at September 30, which is more than 30 days, involving the chamber, the EDC, and the city to come up with a contract voiding the 2008 contract, right?
To replace.
To replace the 2008 contract, because the agreement, I think, was it the 2015, there was no paperwork, no nothing except other than minutes recorded, but there was no valid contract for that, right?
There's, no one has been able to find a
Signed contract.
executed contract by the three parties. It's in our minutes, the city minutes, that it was approved.
Right.
I don't believe it's in the minutes of the chamber or EDC.
Okay.
Either way, the existing contract we're working on.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Yes. Get all three entities together. Okay.
And actually, the EDC has already picked a date to meet with the chamber, right? Didn't we put that on the calendar?
You said June 2nd or May 28th.
Yeah.
So I'm working on, it'll probably be June 2nd.
So they're already attempting that.
So you're saying after 9:30, we'll come together and come up with a new
No.
one?
No, before 9:30.
Before 9:30.
That's
Yes.
our, we just wanted to put
I
a,
got
Yes, ma'am.
End dates.
end date so
End date.
it happens.
So by 9:30.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have a motion on the floor. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, item 19, city manager's report. No?
I have 3 articles here, it only ought to take about, 45 more minutes. On the pool, it's ready except for the high chair, which is on order. Do we have a delivery date? We don't.
No, they just said a couple weeks, but
Couple weeks. We
it
should-
is ordered.
okay.
It should be getting here anytime now.
Yeah, and that, last meeting, we had a conversation about, a concern about the height of the chair, not being able to see down in the deep end, and this is the remedy for that. We also added a light, onto that deep end, we just ran a leg off of an existing light, have that in there. What else did we do? It's all painted,
Repainted the pool, repainted underneath the awning, we fixed the heater, installed a light, ordered the tallest chair we could get through our supplier, which meets the standards by the state standards for an 11-foot deep end, so we should be up to code on everything there.
Wait a minute, did you say you fixed the heater?
Yes.
Well, Brian,
Way to go,
we've
Stephen.
heard that every year.
Thank you.
Roger,
Thank
parked
you.
up down here?
It was running when you left, huh?
It was running when I
It was
left.
running when you left.
And he's even shut it off and turned it back on, so.
I indicated in the consideration of the pool manual, we're gonna do individual, interviews with the lifeguards. We ran out of time, so we hired Jennifer hired the 11 that were there last year. We did conduct interviews last Friday, did some role playing. I was a bad guy, like a bad parent, and the kids, responded well. They held their eye contact. I was really proud of them. But we purposely did that to say, to reiterate that, we have your back. If you're doing the right thing, You don't need to be afraid of any kind of repercussions. The point is not to satisfy the parent, the point is to guarantee the safety of that child. And these kids, you got a good bunch of kids here. Anyway, TxDOT Aviation, Project 2504 Spear, that's for lighting improvements. Our original share of that and what was put in the budget as part of a 10% match was $235,000. That was based on the earlier TxDOT estimate of 2.35 million because it's a 1090 share. TxDOT estimate was reduced to 1.8 million, and we already had that money in the budget, so we don't have to borrow that from the bank. So that is for lighting. It's being bid. TxDOT will announce when the bids are awarded, and so I don't have a timeline yet.
TxDOT ever go down on an estimate before?
I'm just glad, Roger, it was a 2.3 and it went down to 1.8, not 1.8 to the 2.3.
Oh, the money that came from that, just to elaborate on there, was originally money that was, we had money left over from Parks and Wildlife. No,
No, SRL funds.
SLR, yeah, the Biden stuff. I'm sorry if we're partisan here, but that's how I remember it. What it was, we were supposed to account for, we didn't report during a specified reporting period. However, we remedied that through the good graces of PRPC, identified expenditures that we had made that would qualify for, to satisfy the money we got from them. So, and that was already money that was spent out of other budgets. So, there was money left over, and that's what we applied to this account. So it's an accounting, she'll have to explain that because I'm no good at that. But, then the last thing is the automated metering system. I have experience with it. There should be an analysis attached to that. It explains the savings in time and in manpower. This is the way I work budgets. I always start earlier, so I start the concept earlier. That's what the purpose behind this is, for y'all to discuss, think about automated system. What it does, it's highly more accurate, because the human eye, after a while reading so many meters, you get kind of fatigued, and sometimes there are inaccuracies. And then we have to adjust it, and then you have customers that are not so pleased when they get a bill with the wrong readings on it, unless it's lower. But, and then there's a tabulation as to what the cost savings are and manpower hours and potential dollar value of that.
And that's water only?
That's just for the water, yeah.
And is this for the whole town?
Yeah.
Do you think we could buy them for 500?
The town, it's based, the city of Canadian spent $465, and there were a lesser number of collect connections, and so I'm just using that as a base number. I heard $1 million, but I don't know whether that has other features. My point is that don't hold me to those numbers. It's just something to think about, because an automated system is far more superior. It's kind of like a digital watch versus the old, manual watches. You're just gonna be
Do
more
they
accurate.
install, or is that something we do in-house?
We can do both. We can buy it and install it, or do it, full turnkey on that. And I'm only referring to one provider. There's several of them. So I just want to put a bug in your ear about, entertaining that. The other beauty of that feature on this system is called a CAMSTRUP system, CAMSTRUP with a K, is at any given time, the utility clerk, what we had was a monitoring of people's consumption. If you notice, small town, who's working, and you see somebody with a real high water consumption at that moment, you press that button. you know that they're at work and you know that they don't water that day, you say, you call them up and say, hey, you got a big, you know, you got a leak there or something, you know, what's going on? It is a proactive mechanism, to save people water and keep us from wasting it. So it has a lot of features and all it takes is money.
What kind of life is there on those meters?
I forget, it's very lengthy, cause it's just what it does, it eliminates the moving parts. And the meter is just, it's like a little turnstile, it's a brass turnstile. And then when it wears down, it's not reading accurate, so you could possibly be losing, revenues on that.
Probably are.
Well, I think they said on the new installation, we would save 25% in lost.
That doesn't sound unreasonable, and of course, there's always a sales pitch, but.
Yeah, it could be, but
There was significantly less water loss and revenue loss when we put that, because we did a comparison on it. There's another, you know, the accuracy is there, it puts you in better, well, I'll stop right there. It's a far superior product, it's whether or not you wanna come up with the money to, you know, to put it in. But,
Is
you know,
this one that you can log in and you can look yourself to see what your usage is?
You can on there, yeah, on some systems. I don't know whether all systems have that feature or not, but,
I know that's one we had discussed before.
yeah.
The other aspect of this is, you know, the breakdown on the personnel, you have the
Yeah.
cost, it's cost, but the one thing that we're not looking at that we gain is, we gain those individuals back onto productivity on other functions of the city.
It's an opportunity cost.
Yep.
As they term it in economics word. The other feature I wanna mention is works on ultrasonic. So the way the minute that, water goes through there, it doesn't go through that turnstile. It's an electronic impulse and it's immediately measured. Cause you're losing water when you first turn on the faucets, cause there's just a delay by the time it waters. It's a far superior product, it's more accurate by far than anything. I'll talk this thing, I ought to go to work for them. But that's what I wanted to convey to you, that, you know, there's things like that available. So, for consideration during budget time, or maybe, you know, 5 years down the road as we're getting into planning.
Yeah, Brandon covered everything, didn't he? Even as far as door hinges.
All right, any other gentlemen on that?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Item 20 is council request for future items. Do you have any items that you want to
We're
do?
supposed to do something with these papers down here.
Oh, did you find that?
They're laying right here.
I thought I put them out.
They were laying right there. I thought,
You're
well, somebody will
hogging-
say
you-
something
you're
about them in
hogging
a
all
minute.
that. So that goes back to the item that we already addressed as far as
The financial
the
paper?
financials, yeah.
Yeah.
So. Roger's hogging all our papers down there, so. That just outlines the descriptions of the 25,000 of the city.
And it does refer to 25.
Yes. Any other things to add to the agenda at this time?
I would just like to continue to consider Travis until we get home. For Dana's sake, I don't know if that's hour to hour, maybe till September 30 or maybe to December 30 until we get everything polished off.
I kind of mentioned it to him about maybe every 6 months coming in and just making sure we're on track, you know, maybe like the first year or two.
If he's willing to do it,
He and I have had that conversation,
we can
and
do too.
the immediate priority was getting our books where they needed to be for the audit, but then he was certainly open to moving towards a teaching, mentoring type role,
Yes, I like it.
so that's hopefully still on the trade-off.
Yep, hope so, yep. Okay. Any other council? All right, having no other items, item 21, move to adjourn. Thank you.